this mold. It needs a little bit of work in between though, so I'm gonna make some edits to that. I gotta fix these little leads here at the top and glue on a bit more of these injection vents. I was just grinding these things down. This one's loose, I just glued it on. Nope, it's actually loose on the bottom. Awesome. So there's a few little issues I'm not thrilled with here, but I'm just going to work around them. I added these vents and injection sprues and stuff yesterday. Was trying to get this done while this first half like set up and poured, but it didn't work out, so I'm going to try to do that today. Got some soundtracks on, movie soundtrack, well, scores. Change it up a little bit from the synthwave stuff I've been playing. I'm not sure if I need a vent here. Oh, I guess it couldn't hurt really, because the fingers aren't attached to anything on the other side, so it's possible that like a little bit of air could get stuck down there. But it's probably okay. So I have the glue gun warming up on the side, and then I'm going to build these 3 other walls, and we should be able to start pouring some silicone and get this thing ready for casting. I don't think we'll get that far today, but hopefully. I'm going to use, I think I can use the Moldstar 20 that I was using the other day, this clear stuff. It works, it sets up pretty fast, which is like a pro and a con, really. I might try to clip this off. I don't really need, I feel like this could be a problem, this like long piece here. Good, it didn't snap, always good. This is Spotify, so you can go to my About page. There should be a little widget there to show what's playing. Or you should just ask, I guess. Let's see. Sorry, I was having some trouble, some technical difficulties and stuff before I started streaming, so I'm trying to just like breathe a little, and because I was getting a little heated, so I'm trying to just calm myself down too, so I don't make any like additional mistakes today. Should be good. I think this is okay. I just gotta extend these vents here, so I'm just gonna make some adjustments for that. I don't know if I can actually glue these on or not, because I'm worried that the glue is gonna mess with the plastic here and it's gonna not work right. Well, it's not gonna, it'll like be sticky, and but so I had some problems with this stuff before. Just cutting this down to see if I can get it to roughly the same size as this. Yeah, that's probably okay. It doesn't need to be like a perfect fit. So I'm just going to sand this down a little bit more. I still need to find a better glue. I don't know, something that, like, this stuff dries fast usually, but there are a lot of times where it doesn't. I would like it to dry a little bit faster than it does. Yeah, it's probably okay. Let that guy dry a little bit. I'm gonna make one more for this. Just looking for a piece of scrap that's about the right size. It's also tall enough. Yeah, if I flatten this out, it'll probably work. Doesn't need to be that tall. I'll just cut it down. Just need to be tall enough. This whole piece is loose. It's like separated from the arm. Let's try to get a little bit of glue in there. Sometimes these little setbacks are the worst part. Alright. Hopefully that dries kind of fast. And then I can probably still mount this part on here while it's setting. Just gotta find this is like kind of at an angle, so I gotta try to adjust that to match it, because I want it to go up and not have like a weird tilt to it. I'll just use this grinder to do it a little faster. Yeah, it's probably okay. Alright. This piece is a little loose, but it should set up quickly enough. Try not to like tilt it too much. That's fine. Yeah, it just needs to be tall enough, really, to reach the top. Well, to be like, because I'm going to fill it probably to like near the top of this piece. So it just needs to be a little taller than that. And I gotta cut some foam core to make little walls to put around this. So I'll just start with this scrap piece I've got here. Got a little T-square thing. Well, it's not T-square, but right angle, whatever. Let's see. What's that? A little over. It's like 5.2 millimeters or 5.2 centimeters tall. So the width is probably around here. Leave a little bit of a gap on the front. I could tell that wasn't square, so which isn't great, but it's fine. It's fine. Okay. So that's one wall. Yeah, looks like this edge is not square. How tall is this? 7. So I'm gonna actually just cut this off, try to make it square. I don't know, it looks okay, but it's definitely not. Well, this back's probably actually not square. It's probably that more than anything else. So this other side is probably, yeah, a little different. Alright, so I need 5.2 tall. So we'll go a little taller than that. We'll go to, so 5.2, let's see, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So then, probably like here. Cut this guy off. Cut this guy off. Let's see. You can already tell it's not square. So I have to get by with it just not being square. Hey, how's it going? The rating, I don't actually know what that is. I assumed it was only games, so I turned it off. I haven't bothered to like actually look up what it is. I thought it was like inviting people to like play a game with you. Oh, okay. Maybe I will turn it back on then. I don't know if I have to like restart my stream or not. Okay, I just totally misunderstood what that was then. I thought it was, yeah, something totally different. I'll enable it after this stream, so then next time it'll be on. Yeah, I just made that assumption because, you know, raid bosses, and like, I was assuming it was just game terminology, and I just didn't bother to look into it. So I've learned something new today already. And I'm just going to fill in this little wall here. Where's my other? Yeah, that's awesome. What were you playing? BTTV? Did you tell me what that was and I just forgot? I'll have to make a note. There's like, I tend to forget stuff while I'm working. Oh, that's right, you were playing that last time. I will do that. Got it. Okay. I probably just like, my desk is kind of a mess, so it may have just gotten like buried. Shit. Come on. Fuck. Sorry, I've been having kind of a semi-stressful morning, just things getting on my nerves, so little things here are just tilting me a bit. Yeah, I'm like, I was working on this yesterday, to try to make some more progress on it. I didn't get as far as I wanted to, but that's partially why I haven't like had time to like look into some of the other stuff on Twitch. At least it's got good storytelling though. Life is Strange, because like so many games have just like pretty crap storytelling. You have to look up some gameplay videos on YouTube or whatever. I guess I could just like watch your past stream too. That'd probably be easier. Trying to fill this like corner really quick. I'd like to get this thing, like, if I get the whole thing done today, that'd be great. I think it's probably doable. I just gotta not dirtle around too much. So what other streams do you typically like to watch? Like any particular games or just like particular people? I like checked out a few art streams, but I haven't watched a lot of them lately. A couple that I watched, the chat turns into like chaos pretty fast. Oh, I was just saying, what streams do you typically like to watch? Like any particular games or like any particular streamers other than me? I was also like sort of mumbling about what I was working on, so it might have been, you might have caught a little bit of that too. You watch just chatting? Yeah, okay. I've seen that and I haven't like sampled it yet, but it seems interesting. People just like hanging out. I thought about maybe trying to stream in that category a couple of times because a lot of times it's, you know, if you're not here or like a couple of the other regulars aren't here, then I'm usually just, you know, narrating what I'm doing. So I thought maybe that would be more, not more interesting, I guess, but open it up to some other people to like hang out. Since like, you know, like you, it's not, you're not that interested in like what I'm doing, just like, but hanging out is like is cool. I mean, not that you're not interested, just, you know what I mean. Once I smooth out this side here, I can move on and put on the other side wall. Oh, it's cool. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I haven't watched any of the Just Chatting ones yet. Seems interesting, like the idea that it's not really about anything. It's just people like, I guess whoever the streamer is just doing literally whatever, and people talking about whatever's on their mind. Yeah, I've only like followed a few people so far, like that are people that I haven't been on my stream. But I've only like watched their streams a couple of times. I should try to make more time for it. Nice. That's cool. Yeah, I only so far have followed one other artist that I follow elsewhere. Frenden, Frenden. He's like an illustrator, and he does like monster style, like themed illustrations a lot. He does like contract work, but his like work for himself is a lot of like sci-fi monster themed. He's pretty good. Seems like a friendly guy. There's a couple others that I've watched a couple of times, but haven't gone back to that much. It's usually just like time. When other people are streaming, I'm like trying to get stuff done in my day before I get on here. So I don't have like a lot of. I guess I could just put something on in the background too, which I haven't thought to do until literally just now. Usually I'll have music on or something, but even lately I haven't been doing that. I mostly just like read the news and Reddit and stuff between things I'm doing. I'm getting annoyed with the world. Well, not the world so much, but the US. And I wish I'd learned about this clay like earlier. It'd have made a huge difference for like how quickly I can work on stuff. At least I know now, so I guess it's better than not knowing at all. If only for this purpose, it's totally worth it. No, it's cool. You do you. I'll just be here working on this stuff and talking to myself. Yeah, so I'm trying to get this smoothed out. Oh, yeah, I haven't. I've wondered if that's been happening to mine or not, or if I have it low enough that it doesn't really get muted or noticed when it does. I guess it would mute the whole stream, right? It would mute all the audio. I have like the Pretzel app and a couple other things for music, but sometimes like today I just don't feel like there's like not enough selection on Pretzel, so it's like fine, but it's a lot of the same stuff over and over again, or like stuff I just don't care for. I put on a couple different channels and they were like very like house happy hardcore type like EDM music, and just a little too much for me. I prefer this like more down tempo stuff when I'm working here. I mean, even just in general, not just like on stream. Yeah, I see like when I put stuff on YouTube, it says like copyright claim, and it, you know, doesn't like, it's not a strike against me. It just, I can't monetize it, but I don't really care about that. So yeah, I know I shouldn't use copyrighted music. I guess it's just like I'm already paying for Spotify, and I'd have it on anyway if I were working at my desk. So if they want to mute it, they can. I don't really care. Yeah, I guess that's true. They might like jump in and be bitches about it. Okay, I'll have to look into that. I'm not familiar with YouTube's music library. I was just using Pretzel, and there's a couple. I found some royalty-free streams on Spotify. Well, not streams, but playlists. So I guess I could just use one of those instead. I've used like, actually, I kind of switch between the royalty-free stuff and just like whatever I'm listening to on Spotify. This blade is very dull. Oh, okay. I guess I had noticed it, but I didn't really like pay any attention to it. So that's my bad. I should have investigated that a little more closely. I'll definitely check into that library feature. I have to look back at which ones are using the using like Pretzel and whatnot, and which ones are just regular playlists, because Spotify will tell me which ones they are too. I guess if they're like, they probably have like a bot that scans for stuff like YouTube does. So I've like read about some of their DMCA stuff. Hey Xenimus, how's it going? Did I say that right? Oh, nice. Well, welcome. I'm just trying to get this thing here ready for molding, and being schooled by Captain on my music choices. Yeah, I'll just make those adjustments going forward, like with the music. But it's good to be reminded that, you know, it's something I should be aware of. Because I take a very, like, whatever approach to it. Yeah, I wasn't really sure how, like, much I should pay attention to that. But, I guess I should actually give it a little more attention and think about that aspect. Because, like, it would suck to get banned for, like, that of all things. Yeah. Yeah, DMCA is greedy US companies. I mean, Twitch is Amazon, and that's a pretty greedy company, so I guess that's a thing to be aware of. Yeah, it definitely varies from like country to country what you can like kind of get away with. I probably just am being too loose with it and approaching it from like thanks I guess Xanimus. Yeah, I don't know. It's I guess it is kind of therapeutic. I don't know. It's just like the stuff I'm already doing, and I was like, maybe I'll just try streaming it and see what happens. I did it mostly to motivate myself, which has actually been working pretty well. Just call me Dr. Z's. I'll put you to sleep. Yeah, I have no idea like how what I'm doing compares to anyone else because I'm pretty new to Twitch. I've only been doing this for about a month. Well, maybe a little longer than that. But I didn't really do anything to like, I don't know, prep. I just set up my camera and started going. So, and I'm kind of just learning it as I go. That's just the soothing sound of my voice. Yeah, I need to put, this is gonna be a mold, a silicone mold, so I'm just trying to seal up all these, like, sides and stuff, before I get out the material and start mixing it up. So that's kind of what I'm doing here at the moment. I think all my sound settings are pretty good now, where if I do anything kind of loud, it won't shock you out of your slumber. Sure thing, man. I will be here for the next 3.5 hours. Yeah, so I'm pretty close to having this ready, so I'm gonna, I gotta put some little bumps in here that'll be keys for the other half, because it's gonna be a two-part mold. So these are going to need to like lock together. I have all my past sessions are on YouTube. They're accessible from my About page. It'll take you to the channel if you're interested. Because there's the past broadcasts on here, but I added chapter markers to them on YouTube to make them a little easier to navigate. So you can kind of just like skip around through the videos instead of like having to like watch from the start or like just look for stuff manually. I try to mark everything to make it easier. It'd be kind of nice if I could like do that on the past broadcasts on Twitch, but I guess like since it only keeps them for 2 weeks, it doesn't really matter anyway. Let's see, I need this thing. Oh, just throwing stuff everywhere. Stay over there. My desk tilts a little bit to the left so everything rolls that direction. So I guess the floor's not level. I don't know. It is annoying though. Thanks. Yeah, it's a hobby that I'm trying to turn into like something, you know, more, I guess. So I started on here mostly to like motivate myself to work more regularly. And then, you know, if you guys enjoy watching it, that's just like bonus. I can get a little too meticulous sometimes. I've been trying to be better about that. I don't want it to like, I mean, I appreciate the calming compliments, but I guess I don't want to completely put you to sleep. So, trying to be a little better about that. Yeah, I mean, I'm just having fun with it, you know, trying to enjoy the work, even the parts that are like a little tedious, like this stuff here. So I'm making like full 5.5 inch figures. If you dig around in my About, there's like it shows like my Instagram, and there's some stuff on there if you're kind of interested in like what I'm actually doing, like on a fuller scale. And if not, no problem. Take the parts you like and leave the rest. Okay, so I'm gonna put some little bumps around here that'll be keys. So I'm just gonna put some like little beads of glue down. Which will then dry into like little bumps. It just helps the two halves of the mold fit together better. Like guides them into place. I'm not sure how well you can see it. I guess you can kind of see what I'm doing. Yeah. These don't need to be anything fancy. They're just for like guidance. Yeah, I'm trying to get a set of these molds done soon. I'm like probably a little more than halfway done, so that ideally I can have like a release ready before Christmas, maybe like a week or so before, if I can keep everything on track. That's just my like tentative self goal. Alright, those are probably good. A couple for the back here. Stuff gets very stringy, so I have to try to like keep it all kind of contained. Sorry, I heard an unusual sound and I was trying to figure out what that was. I don't know if it came from Twitch or from my computer or the music or what. Alright, so that's good. Well, actually I need to add more little divot things. Trying to find one of my tools. Give me 1 second. There you are. Ah, thanks. I think that's the first time that's happened, which is why I was confused. Awesome. Appreciated. As I said, I'm pretty new to Twitch, so there's a lot of stuff I don't really get yet. I'm mostly just trying to have fun with it. So what do you like to watch on Twitch, Xandermus? What's your go-to content or types of streams you're interested in? Being an artist, I'm mostly into art stuff, personally. That looks pretty okay. It's actually moving along way faster than I thought it would, so I'm pretty happy about that. I just started using this this beige clay I'm using right now. Another guy who came over from Instagram with me, he suggested it, and it's just been a lot easier to work with, which is really nice. It saves me a lot of time. Alright, so we're gonna cut this guy down and we're gonna slap him on the front. And then we'll get into the silicone stuff, which is the sloppy, messy stuff that is also kind of fun. Alright, so we're just gonna cut this guy down. Really need to replace this blade. I think I'm gonna do that now. This thing's just gotten... Oh, nice. Captain and I found each other on Reddit. He posted something about streaming and whatnot, and I commented, and then in DM we exchanged our account names, and so started watching and whatnot. I unfortunately haven't been able to join his too much. Well, I haven't been able to join yet because my schedule is I'm in the US in Arizona, so it's a very big time difference. So usually when he's on, it's kind of in late morning. But I've been appreciating him coming back and just hanging out. It's been nice to have some regular faces. Sorry, this is slipping. Give me 1 second to kind of secure it. Oh, that's so much better. I should have switched this blade last week. Okay. Yeah, it's been definitely been on my intention list. I just haven't been able to make it. Not that that's like an excuse. Because you've been here pretty consistently, which is nice. All right, so I'm gonna put some more of these dots inside these markers. Um, yeah, I don't even like game that much. I basically play Borderlands, um, the franchise. Just like I'm playing two. My partner and I are playing. We're trying to get through the third, get into the third playthrough, but she's like um, a level under me, so we're just like farming the end boss for experience. Well, like I jump in and help, and then jump out right before he dies, so that she gets the experience, and I don't, so that she can catch up. And it's cool. Like I didn't really think there were coding ones. I've watched. I don't know. I've tried to get into coding a number of times. I like know a little bit of Python, a little bit of JavaScript, but I'm a visual designer, so HTML, CSS. So I've like watched stuff on YouTube. I haven't thought to look for it on Twitch yet. What's your code choice? You an active developer, or are you just interested? I guess that's good right there. Oh, nice. Yeah, I dabbled with Unity a little bit, but not enough to like really do anything. I tried a bunch of like builder tools, like the heck's it called? Sierra's Creator. I forget what the heck it's called. It's like a web-based thing. They claim it's no code, but it's not. I mean, you still gotta like learn their system and all that. Nice. That's definitely a job that's always in demand. I like I've been trying the last couple of years to like land a gig as a designer. It just hasn't worked out. So my partner's, we're kind of living off her salary, and she's like kind of giving me the green light to just work on this full time, which is nice. So the donation is definitely appreciated. Alright, now I'm just going to seal up these like edges so that it doesn't leak. I mean, it'll probably leak a little bit. That's almost always going to happen. Just going to minimize it. Alright, that should be good. I'll just set this aside because I'm probably going to use it later. Okay. Oh, I'm like 44, dude. I guess I'll take that compliment. Yeah, I don't know what the demographics are like on Twitch. I probably skew to the older end. Let's see. So I also tend to like talk kind of low. My partner's always like, you mumble, you gotta stop doing that. So I've been trying to work on like, you know, how well I project and all that, because if you guys can't hear me, then like what's the point, you know? So I'm always trying to be aware of like how loud my voice is and if I'm speaking clearly, and you know, because it's like you can like watch a movie with like a crappy picture, and if the sound is good, but if the picture is good and the sound is bad, it's like unwatchable. So I try to like keep that in mind and always try to like, you know, project and speak clearly and speak loud enough. And so I'm cleaning up a little bit off cam so I gotta make a little bit of space because I'm gonna mix up some silicone to pour into this guy. So I'm gonna start the first half of the mold. And I tend to get a little cluttered, so I like to straighten up between steps. Alright, that should be good. Get out my rubber gloves. Awesome. Yeah, I assumed it was like it's skewed younger, which is like, you know, that's cool. But it makes sense too that it's gonna be a younger edge because too many old people hate technology. But like being a designer, I like technology, so, and trying to get into code and all that, so it's definitely not something I shy away from. Yeah, I spent like, the first couple streams were a little like rough, but I had a couple of people, Captain being one of them, who would kind of like coach me and be like, okay, this is, your sound's good here, it's bad here, like, you know, look at your levels. And so I spent like a whole day just messing with the sound and the different filters and stuff to make sure I could get like a clear audio, because like I said, that's really important. Let's see. Okay, now I need these guys. So this is a 2-part silicone. They're both clear, so it'll be it's gonna look kind of like this. So I'm making molds that are like these 2-part guys. This is a repair I did, that's why it looks different. So that's going to be 2 parts. So this is going to be this kind of part, and then I'm going to later make a box and make like this outer part. So I've been trying to improve like my techniques and stuff too while I've been streaming the last few weeks. So I'm kind of doing catch-up work. I made a series of figures over the summer, like in the beginning of the pandemic. I was able to kind of get done and start shipping stuff. But by the end of the first run, they had kind of like, the molds were starting to fall apart and they were poorly designed. And so I learned some stuff, and now I'm trying to kind of refactor those into like more efficient designs. So I'm kind of just having to remake everything, but it's like they'll end up being better quality, which will, you know, produce better results. So like, just to catch you up, so I'm like, so these are molds I made already. So these are test casts that I did from the new set I've been making over the last few weeks. So my hands are a little slick with these gloves on, so it can be a little tricky to pop this thing apart. So these are the parts I'm working on. These guys, I'm gonna add like cuffs and stuff to them. And then I've got some parts off to the side here I'm working on. So this is like, it looks very cluttered right now, but where these guys are going is so this is like one of the prototypes from the first line. So it like completely comes apart and the hand falls off. So it's all going to be interchangeable parts. Just to give you like a bigger picture of what I'm doing, because if you're only seeing this, it's like not that clear unless you check out like Instagram or whatever. Sorry, these joints are a little tight. Yeah, so it's designed in a way where like these parts are all interchangeable, so you can like swap them around. So I'm just like updating my production line basically. So I made these guys as the first release. I don't know why I just picked everything up like that. I was gonna push it off to the side. So I'm starting with like these basic guys, but then I'm working on like these things here are gonna be new parts, so they're like different hands and feet and stuff. So I'm gonna have like more parts you can swap around, and different color schemes and all that. So it's kind of a big project, but since I've started streaming, it's been a really good motivator to kind of keep me on task. Oh man, that one is really tight. Jeez. I did a lot of like experimentation with different types of resin plastics and whatnot to get like a certain level of quality where if you drop it, it's not going to break, and like it's durable enough that like if you have kids, you could play with them with your kids or whatever. So I spent a lot of time doing like the engineering R&D side of it. So I'm just trying to put this guy back together real quick. Stick him back up on the shelf. There's like a defect from like, this is like all prototype stuff from like the beginning of the year. But then like, he stands on his own eventually. You're looking at it from a weird angle, but they do stand, I swear. He's probably just off balance right now. Or I put the feet on backwards because I'm not paying attention. That helps. There. Now he almost stands. Almost stands. There. So, just to kind of catch you up on everything. Okay, so I will do... Actually, I gotta do a little bit of math. I almost forgot that step. So I gotta figure out how much I need to fill this volume. Okay, so usually I'll start with like a diagram. And then, let's see, this is pretty much like just a triangular slope. Let's see. So I'll just measure the empty space. 6.8. It's about 6.5. .3, and then this is the front, since that's the back slope. 3.3, so these are about the same. And then the height. I'm going to go above the top by at least a half a centimeter. So let's say like 5. Yeah, I took like CAD and architectural drawing in school, as well as like graphic design and illustration. So like I come back to that and I draw diagrams and do all the math and stuff first. It's math is definitely worth the effort. Alright, so we're gonna go a little above. So this is the side view. So we have 3.3 this way. So these two, I'll take like a middle value. I'll bring this down 1 and this up 1, so it'll be 6.7 is the front back width. 3.3 is the depth. 5 is the height. So that our total volume is going to be, let's see, got to do some math. 6.7 times 3.3 times 5 is 110. 55. So that's the total volume of that space. And then I need about probably 60% of that. So I guess we could divide that by, what, 0.4? Or multiply it times 0.4. So we're going to subtract 44 off of it. Let's see, so 110 minus 44, 110. This isn't that hard of math, but it's easier to just have the amount in front of me, 66. That seems a little low. I've been underestimating a lot lately, so I think I'm going to actually just round that up to 80. And then divide that by 2 is 40, so then we need 40 mLs of both halves. So I'll put it in 2 separate vessels, and then I'll mix it in a third and then pour it into this guy. This is 10, 20, 30, 40. Stuff is like clear, so it's hard to, and these things are, it's hard to read these marks at an angle. So I just put this, use a marker to get a, it's just easier to see like where I need to stop pouring at. It's been a little over a week since I used this, so I'm gonna give it a quick stir. The other thing you'll see me doing a lot is cleaning my tools. My dad was a stonemason and was very into keeping his tools clean, because he was like, if you take care of your tools, they'll take care of you, and they'll always be there when you need them. So I try to keep that going. And I understand that it can be a little boring to watch, but it's a thing I have to do, so. Yeah, I'll be scraping the scraper. There's definitely a method to my madness, though. I'm not just totally insane OCD. It's like mostly just about not wasting too much stuff. And sometimes like I could wait for the stuff to like kind of slide off on its own, but it'll take a lot longer. So I'll just use like an X-Acto to clean it, to scrape it off more quickly, to waste less time. But I see how that could be annoying. I mean, it's not fun for me, it's just a thing I have to do. Alright, so then pour this guy. I mean, I don't know if it's like, there's probably a little bit of like OCD in there. This stuff will get bubbles trapped in it, so by pouring it kind of like high like this, it will stretch it out and it'll pop any bubbles that are caught in it. And I was looking away for a second and it went over what I needed. So I'm actually gonna remove a little bit of this. Yeah, that's for sure. Everyone definitely does have pet peeves, you know, things that like just bug them in a way they can't always like describe, but it just does. I can appreciate that. And I get like plenty of people on Instagram who are like, why are you doing it this way? That's the hard way. You could just do this instead. And I'm like, I get it, but you know, you're you and I'm me, and we just work differently, and that's okay. All right, I gotta stir this guy up. Like, there are other artists that I follow that, you know, I'm like fascinated by how they work, and how they work is like a total mystery to me. Even if I would watch them, I'd still be like totally confused. But I can just appreciate that they, you know, see it a different way and approach it a different way. And I'll try to scrape the scraper less just for you, Captain. Can't say it won't happen. I'll just try to do it less. Oh, why did I close that? I just need to, well, see, sometimes I even confuse myself. I just gotta clean the screwdriver off real quick, and then I can pour it, and then get it mixed. I actually need to prime my air compressor, because I'm gonna have to put this into a pressure tank, and then fill it with compressed air to try to squish the little air bubbles that are trapped in it, because there will be some. This stuff sets up really fast, so like once I mix it, within a few minutes it'll start to get thick. But it also cures really fast, so it's got like a 30-45 minute cure time, which means within the stream I can take it out, open that up, and then potentially make the second half all within the same session. So it does like let me work a little faster than the teal stuff that I was using before. But it's got like, I had some struggles with it on that last mold where you saw I had put all that teal like patch on it because it kind of didn't cooperate. The piece like shifted, and so it set up kind of like off center, causing the one side to be very thin, and it tore. So I had to repair it. Not ideal, but it's a thing that happens sometimes. I actually curse a lot, Captain. I've been trying to do it less too, so I can definitely feel you there. I've actually been trying to not curse a lot on stream, just as like an exercise for myself. But you see occasionally when stuff goes wrong, I'll start like cursing. It'll start coming out. Okay. Yeah, I'll drop the F-bomb a lot. That's like my go-to word. Probably a little too much, but you know, it happens. I got the compressor filling up. Okay, now it's done. So this stuff, I gotta try to do this high pour, and then when I mix it, try to like fold it more than stir it, because I want to try to not introduce a lot of air to it, which is kind of impossible, but it's just a matter of like trying to keep that to a minimum. See, now we're going to scrape the scraper, and I'll tell you why, because, see, it's like coated on both sides. I can't scrape the rest of that out if this is like all over it, so I have to scrape it off, because I need the edge to be like mostly clear, otherwise I'm just going to be smearing it around. That's why I said there's like a method to the reason I'm doing it. It just may not like totally make sense. Hey, it's good to be in touch with those emotions. Nothing wrong with that. It's weird, speaking of like the word pussy, Americans are like typically so weird about how like they're afraid of certain words, and pussy is one of them. Unless you're calling a guy a pussy, then it's apparently okay. I'm trying to minimize the scraping, I'm trying to be fast. Yeah, it's been popping up for me a little bit with like politics and stuff, but I've been trying to temper myself. All right. Okay, that's good. Alright, I gotta clean this off so that they don't start reacting when I put them together. Yeah, I'm always like amazed that people still say that and think it's like okay. Yeah, it's like I could call someone every name under the sun except for that one. I mean, I try not to like, use racial slurs because that's not cool. And, it's not going to make anyone, it doesn't make you like a better argumentator or whatever to like call someone names like that. There are plenty of other ways to insult someone without being a racist. I try not to insult people because, like, I don't want people to try to insult me, but alright, so this stuff's gonna start reacting, so I don't have a lot of time here. I think you did, or maybe you talked about the CPU, but you were waiting on a new graphics card. You said earlier it's supposed to get there today. I mean, I do. I know that they exist. I haven't built a PC in a very long time. I like toyed around with the idea a couple years ago, but then I didn't. Okay. So I knew you'd ordered one. I guess I just lost it that you had both of them on the way. Yeah, if I built something more powerful, it'd probably just be for like video editing and like graphics work. I mostly just console game. I like let that be the money I spend on like gaming hardware. I know it's like always behind like what PCs have, but I don't play new enough games that it matters. Alright, so this is ready to go. So I gotta pour this quickly and then get it in the pressure tank before it starts to set up. So I probably only got a few minutes. Yeah, I've like read a little bit about the new consoles, but I definitely can't afford one. We were just talking about getting a second Xbox One X because the split screen experience for Borderlands 3 is terrible. And I can't afford the Series X. So it's cheaper just to buy another console and another copy of the game, which is kind of ridiculous. Yeah, the new machines seem insane compared to like, because I thought like the One X was gonna be like cool. Granted, I got mine like super late. Shit, am I gonna? No, I'm not gonna run out. I was like worried for a second that I didn't have enough silicone, but I think I do. So I kind of gotta watch this to make sure it all like gets covered, because if I like fuck it up, it's a lot of lost time and materials. I may have actually made a little too much. However, we'll just fill it all the way. Alright, that's probably enough. Yeah, now it's going down the side. Shit. Alright, I gotta pop this into the pressure tank real quick. Okay. Well, I guess a little bit of this is just going to get wasted. Or I can save it to fill space later. Yeah, I could see that for OBS. And like 4K streaming is like very data intense. Well, like the question with like streaming something in 4K is like how much of your audience is going to see it in 4K, right? Because like you probably are downsampling the video. Hang on. Okay. I assume it gets like down res because even my 1280 by 800 gets down res a little bit. I thought I had it set to not compress, but I might still be doing it. So like streaming in 4K might just not be like worth it for the effort you have to put in if your audience like doesn't see it in full res anyway. Yeah, that's definitely not worth it. I mean, like, there's barely even like TV shows in 4K, right? And they've got like a shit ton of money to throw at it. Because like streaming 4K is like barely even a thing in like the TV industry. So it definitely seems like more work on your part than it's worth for your audience, like for a thing that TV shows don't even do. Alright, so let's see. That's just gonna get set to the side. And in 30-ish minutes, so what is it? 325, so 415. We can pull that out and work on the other half. Get that done. Let's see. What do I have that I can work on? I have a broken foot I need to fix. Because I added a peg to this and broke it. So I gotta fix that. I've got a little bit of sculpting work here I can do. So I'll do that. Do something creative for a little while instead of just more molding stuff. Oh, I gotta clean these, but I'll do that later. Let's see. So I want to fix this. So we'll get out Captain's favorite tool as he worries I'm gonna saw my hand off. Let's see. Are all my bits on here already? I think so. Yeah, my desk is a huge mess. I have to learn about the emotes and stuff. I'm still pretty, like, dumb about all that. What do I need? This? Okay. I'm, like, worried about, affiliate because, I mean, I don't have nearly enough followers, so it doesn't really matter right now. But I just see people bitching constantly on the Reddit Twitch subreddit, like, about ads. And, like, if you're affiliate, you, like, have to run ads. So, like, I'm a little worried about that. Because, like, I'm not concerned about making money on Twitch, you know. I would rather just, like, be able to make, like, an enjoyable show for you guys to watch, as opposed to, like, worrying about trying to fucking make money off of it. It's like the whole, like, trying to, you know, monetize Twitch, like, I'm not here for that. If I make any money, I want it to be off, like, you know, the guys I'm making, not so much, like, trying to make people sit through ads and crap. But I guess if, like, the difference is, like, I can have, like, emotes and things that make the experience better for people to view, then maybe it's worth it. Oh, that's right. They're like locking up your money. But it was like weeks before, wasn't it? Let's smooth out the bottom of this thing. It's too bumpy. Okay. I'm in the US, so it's 3:30 p.m. So I'm -7 GMT. Cause I'm in Arizona. So that would be what, 12, 15:30, I think. Yeah. So if you're 23:30, then I'm 15:30. That's 7. I don't know. Okay. My clock just resets every 12 hours. It's like from, 0 to 12, it's correct, and it's like, we're just going to start over again. We'll just go back to 1. Let's see. Yeah, I could see, like, the ease of use for the 24-hour format. Okay, so if you're +2 from Captain, so you're 0:30. Okay, so then you're, yeah. So it's even later there for you, Xanimus. Zanaramus? I'm having an illiterate moment. I gotta replace this peg. I'm just trying to find a decent one. I guess that's okay. Yeah. Alright, so I gotta cut this one down. See, we're gonna do it the safe way. So that one's still good too, but I want that top one. Yeah, I mean, we do everything wrong here. We, like, measure everything wrong, our time is wrong. So, I'm used to it. Having to just reinterpret. Alright, let's see, this guy goes in here. Yeah, so it's like mid-afternoon for me, which is good because I couldn't really be doing this at night. I'm not gonna get close to my hand, don't worry. And then I, you know, the very thing I said, like, happens. I couldn't get it, like, these, like, ridges are too much. Actually, I could just cut these off. That's what I should be doing, is, these little fins on the top here I gotta cut off. I'm trying. I'm not totally inept, just mostly inept. Alright, so this guy needs to come off. No, you're right. Safety's important. And honestly, it was like, it was frustrating trying to, like, saw these pieces down and have it, like, jumping around a lot. It always was really annoying. I just, like, didn't think about these pliers until, like, that day. Yeah, she doesn't watch this stream. I think she would, but she's very busy. She's always stressed out about her classes that she's teaching. Let's see. That's too big. Alright, let's see, this guy needs sanded down a little bit more. Just gotta make this guy fit into this little hole. Just gotta fit in the hole, you know? Which side is the rough side? There it is. Is that the... No. Can't tell which side is the rough side. No, it must be this one. These tiny pieces always jump out of my hand. Go for it. Yeah, it is kind of like a long username. I didn't really think about it from like a saying it point of view or typing it point of view, because like that's what I use on Instagram. Yeah, that's fair. There's too many goddamn trolls everywhere. Because even like some of the people who've been on Cap, like Bone Splinters and Fluffy, like I know them in real life, and you know I just like don't use their real name because of that. There's just too many like jerks and trolls. So even like when I refer to my girlfriend, I like don't use her full name either. Yeah, I learned that like just like reading stuff the first couple of days, so I try really hard not to like say people's real names. People don't need like scumbag trolls hassling them. Oh really? I actually didn't even know that was like a Twitch rule. I thought it was just like a avoid internet trolls thing. That's the thing, like, it's not hard to figure out my name, because I have, like, a pretty, not, like, a great online presence, but, I mean, if you, like, dig through my social media and stuff, you'll find it. I guess I just don't worry too much about it. I mean, it's always a risk, though, like, having your name out there. I mean, they gotta they gotta cover their own ass, you know? So they don't want, like, to get that reputation of, like, oh, you can just go into Twitch and get someone's name and then you can dox them or whatever. I don't know what they could dox me for. There's not a whole lot to... I don't really have any secrets. I guess there's, like, banking stuff, which could be a problem. I mean, I've got, like, you know, I've got a LinkedIn, I've got a Facebook, I've got Instagram, I have a personal Instagram, I have a Twitter, like, I'm out there, you know? So I don't know. I guess it's a question, like, what could people do with it? I know there's, like, you know, faking people's identities and things like that. Yeah, I've read about that. The swatting's really scary. And, like, especially in the US, like, cops love killing people here. Which is ridiculous that it's that easy for them to get away with it. Like, that's probably the scariest thing, really, is, like, the cops showing up, you know, in full riot gear and just, like, shooting through their door and ask questions later. Like, I can't believe it's still, like, that rampant. But we've got, like, a lot of racists in our police force, too. So I guess it's not that unlikely. I need to smooth this side down. It's taking way too long. So we're going to do this and this. Because this needs to be flatter. Yeah, I play mostly shooters, so I guess that could definitely be a problem. And, like, Phoenix doesn't have a great reputation for its police force. Though I will say that, like, we have this one really annoying neighbor who like blasts music outside every weekend, and I'm honestly surprised, like, the cops aren't over there, like, frequently. Can't stop people from doxing themselves on stream. Yeah, and that you definitely can't, like, stop someone else from, like, putting out their own information. Just hope they don't. It just sucks there's like so many people out there that just want to be trolls, just want to like hurt people. Yeah, I think like part of why like I'm kind of transparent is like I'm a nobody, you know? So like I'm trying to kind of use like my Instagram, like posting, you know, pictures of like my work and stuff, and like this stream to kind of like establish like a degree of I don't want to say trust. That's not really the right word, but like um I don't know, that I'm trying to make a certain kind of like art, and you know it's coming from me, and I don't know. I don't really know what I'm saying. That's not the right. I need a leg. Give me your leg. I need to test the placement of this. That's the wrong leg. Yeah, I mean, I could be making a mistake by like being kind of transparent, but I don't know. I'm like one of those dumb people who's like tries to be like I I think people are good, even though like, you know, they'll show you that they're not. What's the what the fuck? Oh, that's bullshit. I'll just keep this guy off to the side because I'll need him to test this thing more. Getting the like peg alignment is really important. Otherwise, it looks dumb. Well, that's some bull. You can't just be backing out of a deal. Come on. I think that's fairly flat. What's your like go-to shopping place for like hardware? I I used to go to like Newegg and stuff. I don't know if they're still like good or not as far as their prices go. That looks like it's about right. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. If you can like save on shipping by buying it closer to you, that obviously is like the right thing to do. I could probably go a little forward and a little to the left. So it should go like this way. Yeah. So if I grind that out, I could probably do it. That really sucks, man. I'm sorry. It like really sucks to like be set on a deal and then it like evaporates. And then you're just back to like where you were trying to find the thing for a decent price. It could be more square. Anyway, to tilt it away from the camera, I'm just trying to get this like corner to be kind of square. I gotta move this thing up a little bit. That really sucks, man. I can understand why you're upset. That's like okay, but it could go a little further back. Back, forward, back. I guess like that. So I'm trying to. Nope, that's not gonna work. Yeah, I can relate to you. Anytime I buy anything like moderately expensive, I spend a lot of time like shopping around and trying to find like the best deal. And it's like frustrating when you lose it. Or I like forget about it. And then it's like over. So over to the left and back, right? Over to the left and back. Yeah. Oh, left and forward. So like there. It needs to be lower. Lower, lower, lower. Well, it's like it makes no sense why you would back out because you made the deal. It was sold. Like what is he gaining by backing out of it? You know, unless he like was offering it to multiple people, which I could see, you know, a shady seller doing, and then whoever like is willing to pay the most, they sell it to them and then cancel the other ones, which is bullshit. Yeah, it definitely can be too expensive to trust people, especially like randos, you know. Alright, so oh, that's wrong. Still too tall. Still too tall. Well, hopefully you can find another deal that's like at least in a similar price. You don't have to like pay out the ass for it. That's not bad. Still a little high. Nope. Well, I guess that's fine. It's not going to be perfect. Maybe I take one of these out. Maybe I just have too many shims in here. Tiny pieces, come on. Get in there. How's that? It's not terrible. I'm going to add to it anyway, so I guess that's fine. So I can glue that in there. I think the bottom is not quite level. More grinding. Try it again. See if it'll fit. Nope, that's crooked. So I'm trying to get this peg into a certain position, and it is not cooperating. Okay, that's better. So I guess these are just going to be extra. Okay, and then this is the front. So I'm going to mark this so I don't forget. I glue this boy in here once I find my damn glue. Bitcoin. What's up, Bitcoin? I ain't got no Bitcoin. A little bit of glue there. A little bit of glue there. A little bit on the bottom. Oh no, I know. I'm just being an ass. No, it's sideways. I had it sideways. It is a trap. The only cryptocurrency I have is I use the Brave browser, so like get them bats. I think I got like $1 worth, like USD. Big money hustlers. Come on, get in there. Get in there. Get in the hole. Not like that. Like this. Right, so which is the front? That's the front. That's the front. Okay. Check the position. Looks good enough. Alright. Is it level? Is it level? Okay, now it should be good. So that guy's got a cure for a while. that's done. Set that guy over there. And I can work on this other leg a little bit. Actually, can I work on this? So I need a hand. Give me a hand. Oh, that's right, this is soft plastic. I think I used the wrong part for this. It's like this miscast, shitty soft plastic that I thought would be good, but it's not, because it like twists. So actually I got to drill this thing out too, which totally sucks. Why am I doing this the hard way? Don't do it the hard way, do it the easy way. Don't smush all your wire mesh, you dummy. I definitely used the wrong part when I put this peg in here. So just like the leg, I gotta remove all this and replace it. I mean, I wouldn't say I used the wrong one, it just like isn't great for test fitting. I'll just have to drill it out. This will take too long. Yeah, the building part of this is a lot more experimenting and trying stuff. Alright, so basically got to remove all that's left of that original peg, and I'll replace it with one that's like a hard plastic, because then I can test fit it onto this arm, which I just realized I couldn't do with the one that was there, so hence the removal. So it sounds like you're going to get a better one than what you had ordered. Or you find a better deal at least on a different card. Oh, that's good. That's like a happy accident. Or a good problem, I guess. it sounds like it might have ended up in a better spot than you were before. Oh, that hole is gigantic. Yeah, that's what I do anymore with like eBay. I just like go straight to max bid. I'm like, well, this is what I want to pay for it. If it's more than that, then screw it. Keep wanting to tap this thing on the table, but I can't because of this wire mesh. No way to accidentally go too deep and like bore through into the front. So I actually got to start watching how deep this thing is. Alright, that should be good. That's a gigantic fucking hole though. Get my little parts bin out again. Trying to find, that's a pretty clean one. Test fit that. Yeah, it seems okay. So we'll cut this guy off and make a new peg. Well, what do I need? This guy. The demon wheel. Old demon wheel. I just gotta square this thing up a little bit so it'll fit inside here. Do not jump out of the end of the pliers. I really would like this cord to be on my right instead of my left, but I'm out of plugs. one side done. Come on, you dirty bastard. I guess I should probably do it like that. It's probably better. Yeah. It's a little bit safer. Halfway done. Oop. I'm just not squeezing it tight enough. Keeps like wiggling. I guess that side's just not like, yeah, I'll just raise it up a little bit. So I need this to be like kind of straight. I know it does jump around a lot. Yeah, that's like not straight at all. I'll try to fix that. So I guess I could do that. Do this. Try to flatten out this mess. God bless America, stop shifting. Am I just not holding it tight enough? That was cool. I'm trying to just get this thing to like the shape that I need, and it's just, I wouldn't say it's not cooperating, but it's just kind of being an ass. So I mean, that's understandable, especially if you're like hyped to play it. So like having to wait longer is not ideal. Alright, better. It's probably still too long, but that's like a solvable problem. Oh yeah, way too long. I know, less trimming, more doing other things, but alright. Stop tilting. I'm like worried about crushing it apart by squeezing it hard, but I'm probably just being a baby. Alright. And it's crooked. Son of a bitch. I want it to be like more flat. I need to make like a better peg part and then make a mold of that so I can make a bunch of these instead of having to carve these down every time. but this is what I've got until I got something better. Now it's too low, but I can always raise it up. So I guess I cut off too much. But that's easier to work with than it being just the wrong size. Oh, I can pull that mold soon. It should be almost done curing. I want to try to get this guy set first before I move on to that. So I need to make like a little shim. So I keep all kinds of scrap just for that reason. So I'll cut this down. Let's see. Alright. So that was too low. I just want to get like a rough. That can be just a little bit higher. I surely have something like paper thin in here. Yeah, like that. Okay. So test that height. That's better. The placement's the tough part, so I gotta put like, and do the shims like the other one on the sides. I'm trying to get like the rough position in. See, a lot of this stuff is me just kind of, I wouldn't say fumbling around, but just making a lot of adjustments, trying to find like the right placement, the right size, because I'm like adding these joints to these things, which they didn't normally come with. So I'm trying to like add functionality, but it requires a lot of like experimentation. I guess what I should do is plug this into this, and then I can like put glue on this and then kind of like position it roughly where I want it to be. That's just not, is that not flush? Did I goof something up? Okay, so that's got that. Yeah, I do like a lot of little things that don't seem like they make a lot of sense off the top. Alright, that's probably good. So I just gotta find like the sides of this. So I guess I could just glue shims directly to this. That might be better. I also make up stuff and learn as I go, so it's like there's no real repeatable pattern. I'm just kind of mucking about and trying to get it to work in a way that I want. Is that the thicker one? This one is. And don't glue it to the arm by accident. Dum dum. Add this. them a little squeeze. Just make sure they're not attaching to the arm. Let's see. Okay, that's all dry. So we'll shift gears for a little bit. Clean this stuff up real quick, and then I'm gonna open up that mold and see if I can do the second side, because getting that whole thing done today would be a good, like, little bit of progress. It's nice to have something like complete at the end of the day, instead of like everything just being like a little bit of progress here and there, because being able to, like, you know, finish something feels better than just saying, well, it's like a little bit farther. I really need a better ventilation system, because there's a lot of dust. Let's see. That stuff can all dry there for a little bit. I'm going to drain the tank so you might hear like a loud whooshing sound for a minute. Sorry. It's like a low hiss for a long time or a loud hiss for a short time. Okay, so this is solid. Should have plugged the glue gun back in. Alright, so I'm going to separate this thing, and then I'm going to separate the clay from the part, which shouldn't take too long. By the time that's done, the gun should be warmed up, and then I can put part two together. So I'm just going to separate this glue first. Is that everything? No, one more side. Alright, now I gotta pop this off the bottom. That was easy. Cut this stuff off. Remember, this blade is super sharp because I just changed it. Okay. Sometimes these like little tight spaces are tough to work in. And if they were like, if this mold was bigger, it'd be easier, but it also like wastes a lot more of everything to do it bigger just to do it that way. I'm always trying to reduce my waste. Okay. So I gotta remove this these walls. Well, really just one, and then it should pretty much just like unfold. It's a little not the best angle for you guys to see it, but I always try to keep it as close to viewable as possible. Okay, so the rest of this should kind of just peel off. I don't want to damage these pieces of foam core. If I can use them again, that's like ideal because they're pretty much already cut to size. Alright, I gotta remove this clay, which should be easier because this stuff was a lot easier to work with in general. Go to my go-to tool. Try not to cut through into the part. So I want to add like scratches and scores and cuts, because then the other half of the mold picks those up. That's not what I want. So I try to expose like a corner, I can start peeling it back slowly. Like, you gotta kind of go slow, because if you try to pull too much of it at once, it will, yep, it'll pull a chunk of the fucking plastic out right there. Well, that's probably fine. Sometimes it can like be partially attached to your part and want to take the part with it. Yeah, this does super fast. It's like 30 minutes. So that's like a really good thing about it, but sometimes like because it cures so fast, you can like run out of time. Yeah, so I'll be able to pour the other half here really soon, and then it's like an hour and a half. So if I can get this in pretty quick, we could probably finish this whole thing today, which is one of my like goals for the day. Yeah, like this does way better than the teal stuff because it sets up so fast. So I do like it for that reason. It can be a little more finicky to work with, but like the speed is like insane. So I'm just like cleaning up this side so that there's not like, you know, weird little details that are gonna get picked up. Trying to pull out all the little bits of clay that are like left over. So I don't want any like debris in here if possible. That's probably good. Yeah, I can get a little detail oriented on stuff like this too, but it's like this is going to be, you know, anything you leave in here is going to be part of the mold's details, so like you want it to be exactly how you want it. That way there's no fixes or dumb crap you have to do later. Alright, that looks pretty good. So I'm going to trim off this like excess crap here. I'm done with this, so I'll put that away in a little bit. And we're just going to clean up this edge. Is that a chunk of clay? Yeah. Actually, Actually, I'll cut this off with scissors and then I'll trim it. It'll be a little easier to see. Because right now I can't quite tell where the edge is. I'm going to try to follow this, like, I don't know how well you can see it. So the edge is like here. It's kind of like a hilly slope. I want to follow that if possible. It's a little weird to see it from this angle though. Yeah, see, I like missed a little bit there. We're like bunched up. I might have to just trim some of this with scissors. It's a little too, it's just such a weird spot. It's kind of hard to get in there with the knife. It doesn't need to be like perfect. We're not trying to win an award. I just want it to be a pretty clean corner. This side has got one. Try not to like get too into like, oh, every little bit has to be trimmed, because that's just a waste of time. Yeah, there's another edge here that needs to go. And that's a better angle. Got that. Gotta get this one. Actually, I probably should just leave this on here, but it's already done, so. That's mostly done. Okay. So, clean up this scrap to make a little bit of space to work. I'll need this again, so I gotta clean like excess clay and crap off of these because I'm gonna use these parts again. So I'm just gonna do this. So what I'm gonna do is build a little like pedestal for this. So this whole part's gonna be kind of enclosed in clay and it's gonna sit upright. And then I'll have an outer box around this. We'll do the same kind of thing, but it's there'll be a gap around the edge. And then once that, we'll fill all that with silicone and cover this. And it'll create like a box that's like completely closed in. So that'll prevent it from leaking when you inject silicone on the top here, or the resin. It'll have nowhere to go, so it'll just stay in the mold. So I've had problems with like leakage in the past, and I figured out this method recently, so I've been trying to make it work. I had that like filled with, I'm gonna have to touch up this little spot here with clay. Something I patched, they came off, but that's something I can look at later. So I'm gonna clean this off quickly so I don't waste too much time. Just kind of feel around where there's leftover clay. I'm gonna do the same for this side, because this is going to be one of the walls again. Well, actually, this might not be tall enough to be one of the walls since we filled it all the way to the top. yeah, I can't even use this one as a wall, so I have to get a replacement for that. Which side? This side? I gotta wipe this off with alcohol quickly. Okay, let's see. Gotta put up the clay base. What the fuck is this? So I can measure a rough space of this is going to occupy just by like eyeballing it. Come on. Whatever, we'll just guess the rest. So probably here. I just need a rough space of where this clay base needs to be. It needs to be a little taller than these parts because it's going to sit like in that. So I'm going to build a small like wall here, and then I'll fill it in once I have the rough shape done. Yeah, so about that height, I guess. Doesn't really need to be. It really just needs to like leaving. You leaving Xenaramus? I'll get it one of these days. Okay. Oh, cool. So you're just like working too? Okay. Yeah, I've watched a few other artist streams like while working before I started streaming myself, and it was like actually pretty relaxing to like feel like you're not working totally alone, you know? Nice. Well, I appreciate you hanging around. Alright, let's see. So how's this guy? It's fitting. That's a little off. So I just need to get this built up. I found that I have to kind of fill this bottom cavity, otherwise it will it'll pull silicone into there, which can offset like the math that I do for how much I need. Because if I don't account for like this space, and then it like pulls, silicone flows into there through gaps or whatever, then it like messes up my math and everything starts to goof up. Because if I like don't have enough, it can be kind of a problem. So I've found that if I just fill this space, I don't have to worry about like accounting for it. Okay, so this can go kind of in between these two. Yeah. Okay, so that's just gonna stay down there, I guess. Alright, I guess this is just gonna be a rough space. Alright, that's probably good. I just need to shape this up a little bit. Where'd my tools go? Come back to me, tools. That's the one with the big butt on it. That's a medium butt. I need a big butt. Where's my big butt? That's a small butt. That's a small butt. I'll just take them out because I'm going to keep seeing the same ones. I'm looking for one that's got like a big ball on the end of it. There it is. Guess they'll just live off to the side there. Well, okay. I thought I could get away with just those, but I can't. So I'm just kind of building like a dam almost. It doesn't need to be sealed. It's just a riser so this part sits flat. I couldn't seal this even if I wanted to. Nothing really sticks to this silicone. I mean, that's the point of it, but so it does make trying to create a like a closed wall difficult. Guess I need a little bit more of this clay. I thought I was done, but I guess not. Alright, that side's good. I need more in this corner. And I didn't fill that under space as well as I could have, so it's probably getting pushed under there. Which is still good because the less airspace under there, the better. I think that's part of why it the last one I did shifted. I mean, I moved it after I had set it down because I forgot to spray it with mold release, so I had to take it out. It's kind of good I'm saying it now because then maybe I won't forget to do it this time and not make the same mistake twice. It's definitely like a dumb moment to get to that point and be like, oh crap, I forgot to like coat it. So if I don't coat it, the new silicone will stick to the old silicone, and then instead of getting two halves, you have one block, which defeats the purpose of all the work you just did. Let's see. Almost done. Definitely trying to do this as quickly as I can. It's about as exciting for me to do as it is for you to watch. It's just a thing I need to do. Oh, I guess this side doesn't have enough. Smush a little into the bottom. Some on this corner. Every time I think I'm done, there's like another little corner that's not quite where it needs to be. I'm trying not to like push it down and deform it while I'm shaping it, but sometimes you do it without realizing you're doing it. So, is that like relaxing? I take it. I'm like a campfire. That sounds fun. I should do that this weekend. We have a little like wood burning stove on our patio outside. And every now and then, like when it gets chilly. Well, that's good. I'm glad I can give you something to kind of zen out to. Well, I try to be here every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and so far I've been able to maintain that schedule, which is pretty good for me because I'm good at procrastinating. It's been a real like effort to get myself to do it consistently, but I've been able to, which has been just a personal accomplishment. And then being able to get so much more work done every week has been pretty rewarding. And then like meeting people via the stream has been a really fun part of it as well. Alright, that looks good. That is crooked as fuck, but I guess we're just gonna stick with it. And I'll try to squeeze it up a little bit on this side. Good enough. As long as it's contained. Alright. Let's see, you're gonna put the fan in. And then dust this guy with spray this stuff on him. Easy release. Alright. So while that's drying, I'll figure out. Well, I guess I gotta make another box because that one's too small. So I got a bunch of scrap here off to the side. I'll probably just use this. Because I'm literally just going to throw this stuff away, so if I can give it one more job before it hits the bin, that's probably good. That one's quite a mess. Oops, shit, that one's too messed up. Okay. No, it's a little quiet today. Is that a new person watching Xanoramus? He's working on some stuff on his own. I'm trying to quickly build this second half of this mold. It was a little more lively earlier, Splinters, so you're just rolling in late to the show. I made this first half earlier today, so now I'm trying to just get a wall built quick so I can make a second half, and this stuff sets up really fast, so I've been able to make, hopefully I can make this whole thing today before we're done. I was working on some sculpt parts earlier, so I have that stuff drying, so I thought I could try to knock out this other half while I'm waiting to make better use of time. How you doing today, Splinters? Mr. Bones. It looks like there's some lurkers on the stream, which is cool. Ah, that's odd. But at least it's working now. Yeah, there's I've got some movie soundtrack score Spotify list on, so it could be there's some very slow classical background music on now, so that's actually kind of quiet as well. Alright, let's see. So we can do 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Yeah, we'll do that. So we'll start with this guy. So I gotta leave a gap here so that there's enough room for the silicone to flow behind it. And hopefully it doesn't shift like it did last time. Alright, let me see if this gun's heated up yet. Oh, I saw those earlier today. I haven't looked at mine yet, so I don't know what it's gonna say. I assume it's gonna say something like, you've listened to this one synthwave playlist for about 1,000 hours this year. Since I apparently only have one thing I'm listening to lately. Yeah, I've been on a synthwave kick for quite a while, like at least the last couple of years. To the point where like I started seeing memes that are like it's like a lo-fi starter kit, and so it's like anime picture, 80s sunset, and I'm like, okay, that's a little close to home. Actually, that's off a little bit. That's better. So I feel very attacked. Alright, so that's probably good. I need to figure out how to keep this thing from shifting, because the last mold I made, this thing shifted when I put it in the pressure tank, which I haven't really had happen before. Is this thing crooked? Hey Fluffy, how's it going? I'm just trying not to make a huge mess. I usually fail at that, but, you know, A for effort. Alright, well, that is wildly off. I think I actually gotta cut this off a little bit. Let's see how bad this 1/4 of an inch. Woof. This thing is very crooked. I looked yesterday and it wasn't there. So our mail comes very late. Comes after like 2:30. So I've been on stream since 2. So I'll check it after I get off here. But I'll let you know as soon as I check the mailbox. My partner hasn't brought me up any present boxes, so I'm assuming there's nothing downstairs by the door. I'm excited though, because I love surprises and presents. Alright, that's better. It is definitely not square, but it's better. Let's see. Yeah, it's one of the annoying things is like how late our mail comes when we're like waiting for a package. Every now and then it comes like really late. This, I guess, is in place. Yeah, that's how I often am to my mom, because my dad passed a while ago. But like, yeah, we are definitely Santa for my mom. So the roles have definitely been reversed. Oh, yeah, sometimes, like, Fluffy, sometimes stuff gets held up at one of the distribution centers. So, I've seen that before where it'll say it's in Phoenix, and then, like, 2 days later it shows up delivered. Because I looked yesterday, and there wasn't anything. So it's possible that it was just delayed at like the distribution center, wherever that is. I don't know how close it is to like the city. Oh, it's okay. Xenaramus. It's been like 10 years, so you know. I appreciate the condolences, though. Okay, so that's all good. Let me clean this thing up. So I've got tangled wires. I'm trying to not pull everything over. Okay. Gonna do the rough math again for this. So it should be, what was it, 80 last time, so this should be probably a little more than that. Yeah, it's gotta be pretty late for you and Xenaramus, considering you're like 8 hours and he's even farther, so 10. Yeah, it's gotta be like, what, almost dawn. Alright, see you later, man. Where's my pencil? Where is my writing utensil? In this pile of stuff. Here it is. Okay. So I guess we'll do the same thing again, right? We've got the diagram. This will be the front. So that's the slope. Okay. 4.7. I know this thing is not even close to square. 4.8. .2 and what? That can't be right. Oh, it's 8.8. I'm illiterate. The front is 8. And the depth. Let's see. Needs to be above. Looks like 7. So the height is 7. Alright. Do some quick math here. So I gotta find a middle ground between these two, which is a lot. So I'll put it at 8.7. No. Minus 5, 3 is 5, plus 3 is 3. So I'll put it at 8.5. So 8.5 times 4.8 times 7. 285.60. So then, so I said the negative space here was 80, subtracted at 44, plus the riser. Riser's probably, how tall is that thing? Like 2. So the riser is 2 by Sorry, I gotta do a little bit of remembering here. 3.3 and 6.7. So the riser itself is 3.3, 6.7, and 2. 6.7 times 3.3 times 2 is 44 for the riser. So we've got 285 as the total box volume. 44 is the riser. And then when I said 66 was probably the mold. So 66 is the mold. So that leaves what, 110 as the positive volume. So the negative volume should be 175. 285 minus 110. Yeah, 175 should be the box volume. And then we divide that by 2 to get 87, round that up to 88, round that up to 90, because we need a divisible number. We can have way more than we need here. I should probably use some like chunks of junk. So what if I rounded this down to, I could do 85. Sometimes I just gotta think out loud. 175 divided by 2 was 88. So if you round that down to 85, yeah. So we'll do 85 A and B. Okay. And then I can use some scrap to fill in some space. I think these are too small. Yeah, these are 50. Since that's 100. I think I have another. Oh yeah, I gotta clean this thing out so then I can use this. Actually, maybe I got another one I can grab that I don't have to waste time cleaning this. Nope. Nope. Definitely need to invest in another set of those beakers. Because there have been too many times where I have like ones that are dirty that I don't want to spend time on the stream cleaning. That would be nice if I could just grab fresh ones. So I need to add that to my Amazon list of stuff to buy. These things are also getting kind of beat, so you can stand to have a second set of them. Hey, Mr. Bones, do you what do you use for like measuring silicone? Because it sounds like you do a lot of casting or molding with like your casework. Do you have like a preferred set of tools you use, or do you just like wing it with like, or do you weigh everything on a scale? Your eyeballs. That works too. Yeah, I think because I'm just always like thinking about like the cost is probably why I'm so like focused on like how much I'm using and all that. I'd probably have the bigger gallon jugs if I had the space and extra cash for them. How often are you molding stuff? Every case, or like just kind of like on a as you need it basis? Not to get into like too much detail of like what you're doing. Oh, is my playlist over? No, this is just Snooze Fest. Snooze Fest the playlist. We'll do this. We'll switch to royalty-free chill pop for now. That's still pretty often though. I mean, it's not like weekly, but you're still doing it kind of frequently. Alright. Put the gloves back on. Definitely put my gloves on backwards, but whatever. Alright, I gotta wipe this out real quick. Where has my thing gone? Oops. Making a little bit of a mess. Alright, so I'll measure the stuff out real quick, mix it up, pour it, and shove it in the pressure tank. Hopefully it doesn't get offset again. I really need to put some little silicone like bumpers or something in here to prevent it from like, because it shifted the last time I did this. So I'm a little concerned about it doing it again. Alright, so 85. Let's see, so 80, 90, so 85 is like there. 80, 90, 85 is about there. Alright, let's see, where did they go? Where did they go? Oh, yeah, it's 22, this is the right stuff. So 85. Need this guy. I almost want to like add dye to one of these halves so I can tell when it's like mixed consistently. Not sure if that would mess with the chemistry though. Oh yeah. I don't know why I didn't think of it till like just now, because every time I use this stuff, I'm like, man, if I could just tell when this stuff was mixed, I would be a lot more confident that I did it properly. That's my like biggest concern with this translucent stuff is like I'm never sure if it's totally mixed. I just have to like hope I did it well enough. Now I'm convinced. Now I have to do it. Because if you're doing it and you're seeing good results with it, then that's a pretty good vote of confidence that it's a good idea. Clean up this mess of a desk a little bit. Got literally crap everywhere. Okay. So I need the A. What kind of dye do you use on splinters? Do you use anything? Do you use like just alcohol, like ink, or do you have like actual dye from a company? Because I know there's like silicone dyes you can buy. Are you using that, or just like some other material for your dyes? Okay. I might have to pick up some. Well, I will have to pick up some because now I'm convinced that I want to use it. Yeah, that'd be great. A picture would definitely help. I know I can just go on their site and find it, but seeing it's always helpful too. So I gotta make a run out to their shop. I was just out there not over the weekend. I think it was Monday or Tuesday. It must have been Tuesday, or was it last Thursday? It doesn't matter. To pick up some of the Sculptex clay, which was a really good thing to get. Alright. Mix these guys together. I guess I gotta prime the pressure tank again. Alright, just gotta clean up what's left here. Time is at 5:20. I might be able to pull this by the end of the stream. So this stuff's got a 30-minute cure time. I definitely don't think I'm going to use this on really complex molds anymore, though. Just like simple ones. But it is really good for like anything you don't have to worry about, like undercuts and stuff like that. Anywhere that air could get trapped. If it's just like you're just pouring it on and forgetting about it, it's definitely worth using, considering how like fast it sets up. Alright, that's good. That's good. Gotta always like double and triple check before I mix this stuff together. Alright. I gotta quickly get the rest of this. Because 6 minutes, it's never fully 6 minutes. It's like, I don't know, always feels like less. So I don't have a lot of a window to get the rest of this out of the container. Stay. Alright, that'll have to be good enough. That's that. Ugh, yeah, I have like no idea how mixed this stuff is. It's annoying. Like when I like vacuum it, it foams up, so like it's still getting mixed via that process, but this you can't vacuum it, you don't have enough time. So I've started pressurizing it instead, which seems to achieve the same effect, but it's not going to cause it to mix anymore. So you just gotta hope you did it well enough. So I'm gonna try to like, I don't know, you gotta fold it in, David. You gotta fold it, for those of you who've watched Schitt's Creek. You just fold it in. That's what the directions say. If you haven't watched Schitt's Creek, you should. It's pretty good. We have one episode left that we haven't watched yet because I feel like it's going to be very emotional. That episode gets quoted a lot here in our home kitchen. Yeah, we've been putting it off for that reason. That there's probably going to be tears, and I need to be ready for that. Guess I just pour it up the front. Sorry, every time I'm pouring this stuff, I get like very focused because I can't screw it up. Actually, I just gotta pour it faster. I don't have time to fuck around with it. This is like one of the times where I get real quiet because I'm like afraid of screwing up. Because I'm just so good at screwing up. It just comes so natural, you know? Natural. Dang it, is it already setting up? Shit. This stuff is so fast. It's almost too fast. I did spray the mayonnaise. I often almost forget. But I got the mayonnaise this time. Alright, now I gotta get this in the pressure tank. Oh fuck, is it leaking out the side? God damn it. You son of a bitch. Oh, because I didn't fucking seal it all the way. Awesome, you dumb idiot. Oh no. Well, I'll just clamp it and hope it works. Fudge. I'm such a dummy. How did I make this mistake? Ah, shit. What did I do? Major goofs. Major goofs today. Shitballs. Well, I guess we're just gonna let that set and hope for the best. I somehow didn't seal the one side of the mold. Oh well, it'll probably be fine. Yeah, when you first separate them, it feels like they're not gonna pull apart. But it does. You just gotta like tug on it, and they separate pretty well. God, that was so dumb. So dumb. How did I make that mistake? Oh well. Looks like it's salvaged. This stuff like thickens up pretty fast. wonder if I can actually get this in the pressure tank still. Oh, shit. Ah, screw it. I'm not going to pressurize it. It's probably fine. Definitely feel like a dummy though. The amount of like dumb mistakes I've made are many. They are many. Oh, man, totally sucks. I think it's gonna be fine. I guess I'll know in a half an hour. So I'll know at 6 how bad I screwed up. Yeah, I think it will be too. I can't pressurize it because I'm afraid of it like deforming. But that particular silicone, it gets it starts to set up so fast that I don't think it even has a lot of time to leak. Because I pretty much had stopped once I clamped it. So it's probably going to be fine. All this gunk is on my mat now. I'm like a little concerned about some air bubbles, but whatever. I mean, it's too late to do anything about it now. I've definitely made worse mistakes than that, so I can't be too critical. I guess I can clean these containers since I've got nothing else to do right now. Super exciting, but I got silicone goo everywhere. I mean, like the parts are covered, and what is the bottom of the mold, which is the top, you know, just now, that'll be the bottom. Like that part's covered. I don't think it's going to become exposed, so it should be fine. It's just never feels great to like know you screwed up and you don't really have time to fix it. Yeah. It could. I mean, I think it will be generally a happy accident. At least I have the clamps there, so I could do something about it and literally stem the bleeding. So it'll probably be fine, like Splinter said. I've definitely salvaged shittier molds than that, so I'm sure it's like salvageable. I mean, like, I patched this thing, because you guys weren't here earlier. I don't remember if you guys were both on the stream when I was doing it, but, like, this is the last one that I did, and it, so it shifted. There's, like, a lot of dust that collected in here, and so this wall, like, was very thin, and it had split here, So this is all like rebound brush on silicone. I put like 5 layers on it, and I did it inside. So I managed to close up like the whole, like the actual like hole in it, and it worked out okay. So like whatever's happens with that, like it can't be worse than this was. So I'm sure it's salvageable. I just won't know till like I take it out, you know, and like that uncertainty is kind of what I like get a little stressed about. But accidents happen sometimes. I think the worst I had was trying to open one of the yellow resin bottles, and it had like crusted shut. So this is before I got the channel lock pliers. I was using a screwdriver to like pry the lid off. That was a huge mistake. Um, so it like, damn it. So it pops the lid off, and then like resin just goes everywhere, all over my clothes, all over the floor. So there was like a big spot on the floor that I was trying to. It was carpet, of course, because it's, you know, I'm in an apartment, and it's like gone everywhere. So I'm trying to clean it up, and it's like crusting into the carpet. So I'm like scraping the carpet with a wire brush, trying to like break it apart. Fortunately, the landlord, the tenants that were moving in, had demanded the carpet be replaced. Like this, they just wanted it replaced. Like period, didn't matter like what was happening to it that I did. So it was like a it was you know, them demanding it being replaced kind of got me off the hook for like destroying it. Like you couldn't tell that it was like messed up because it's like mostly clear, but if you walked on it in like socks and you felt rough spots on the carpet, it'd be very concerning. Like you would know something was wrong. So I kind of like got around it, but yeah. So that was like that prompted me to get the smock that I'm wearing that you can't see, and to get those channel lock pliers and a couple other things. So I was like, well, this can't ever happen again. And since I did that, it's been a lot better. I haven't had like the same kind of situation pop up because I just use those pliers to open the lids, and it's been a fine. But it's sometimes like you don't realize, you know, I mean, like you know you're treading on thin ice sometimes, and you're like, oh, it'll be fine. And then that one time it's not. So that was that. I was like, oh, it'll be fine. But then it wasn't. At least the damage was minimal. I like really want our like mine and my partner's, you know, goal is to like get a house so that A, we can stop moving around and renting, and to have like a dedicated like workspace where if something like that happens, it's like not a big deal. And she wants to like get back into, you know, doing some furniture restoration, and can't really do that in an apartment. So someday, when she lands her permanent or at least tenure tracked education teaching job, fingers crossed and whatnot. There's like, I shouldn't really even be talking about it because it's not like official in any capacity. But there's something potentially coming up that she's going to apply for, and might have a chance at getting, which would be pretty good for us. So I'd like to get a more dedicated space for, yeah, I can't really talk about it, Bone Splinters, but, because it's none of it's official, but, when you guys hang out or whatever, have your, like, happy hour thing, if you want to, like, I don't know if she can talk about it then, but you can, like, ask that I mentioned something, and then see what she says. It's basically like a position that isn't officially like announced yet, so she's got like some inside information. That's about as much detail as I can get into. So see if I can clean up some of this mess so I can do a little bit more work before ending the stream today. I do want to pull that mold before we're done, just to see, just for closure. I want to see what kind of damage there is, or how salvageable it is. Alright, this is already like tacking up pretty well, so I can peel this off. Yeah, it's been what, 10 minutes? This stuff is like almost completely cured. Alright. That's not. It's a little weird to have your mistakes broadcast to the internet, but you know, that's where we are. I need to find a better way to like edit the videos before I put them on YouTube, because I thought I could edit them more there, but it's a pretty, you can like trim off the ends and that's about it. I don't feel like okay. Yeah, it sounds good, Bone Splinters. I'm always I'm usually available, so just let me know ahead of time. Yeah, I've like in the past I've like posted pictures of my workspace back when I was in Buffalo, and I would get comments like, "It's so clean and organized, like mine's a mess." And I see pictures of other people's workspaces, and there's just like resin splattered everywhere, and I'm like, "That's fine, you know." I don't know. I'm just probably a little too orderly compared to some. But I think it's like being in rentals and stuff, I always have to like be mindful that I'm not, you know, destroying the room or whatever. Alright, so take these things off. Alright, so I put this guy on earlier because I'm trying to get this thing, I had to bore this thing out and redo it because it broke the peg off. This is going to be the other foot have a leg for this thing? I think I do, yeah. It's probably strong enough. It fits fairly well. Well, I mean, it's like fairly straight. That could be a little, I could put a little notch there. Yeah. So I gotta carve that down. There's my file. So I can use this thing. Shit, is it gonna rain here? It doesn't rain in Arizona. What's going on? Alright, that's better. Just that, like, 1/2 millimeter of clearance was what it needed. It's like, these things are supposed to go on here. Huh. So that tore. So this needs to be, I need clearance for like all of that. And that just broke off. That's awesome. Everything is awesome when it breaks in your goddamn hand. Alright, so I was a little overconfident that those were going to work. So how do I build this up more without breaking it? I guess I need to know like the diameter of this. And for that I need some scrap plastic. That looks like it's the right diameter, oddly enough. So then we'll do where's my pencil? Here it is. Okay, so that's how big it is. Yeah, I'm making action figure guys with interchangeable parts. So I'm working on I'm trying to make like new legs, like new feet for them, and I'm working on some other hands. So it's I'm like doing a bunch of things to make parts for these guys. Where is my pencil? So that's the front. Yeah, this guy's a prototype. He's like one of the first ones that was like complete. So all the other the first wave I sold out of. So this is like I just have these prototype guys left for checking like sizing and fit for like new parts that I'm doing. So I need to make a guide for this foot so I know how wide this needs to be, because it's the clearance isn't quite right yet. So I'm gonna make like a little like template thing here I can use to help me make sure I've got the right like diameter so that there's like enough clearance. Actually, is that right? Because then that's not big enough either. So it needs to be, actually all needs to be this tall. So this is too narrow. So it needs to be this big. Where's my T-square? Or I keep calling it a T-square. It's not a T-square. It's a right angle. Okay, so there's that. So it actually needs to be like this. Yeah, somewhere in the middle. So neither of these pieces are big enough. I don't have enough scrap left. I might have to cut a new piece. Alright, so I'll just cut a new piece. Let's see. Alright, so the height is this, and the width is this. Okay. Where's my ruler? So I need to make a guide because these aren't working out. Okay, that gives me something to start with. So then this needs to be cut into a circle. I guess I can just use that as a guide. Okay. I should probably just get a stencil. It'd be a lot easier than trying to eyeball it. Drawing a circle is like the hardest thing. Usually if you do it in quarters, it's a little easier. I mean, it's a little too flat. So that side's too flat. And it's very faint. I can barely see it. Okay. So I'll try to trim this down into a circle. Well, circular. guess as long as like the cross section is big enough, it should be fine. Doesn't need to be a perfect circle. This is really just a guide. Yeah. So these need to be like wider to begin with. So I originally had a hole punch. I guess I do have a hole punch. I'll just drill a hole in it. Not the same, but it works. So it really just needs to be like a little wider than that peg. Let's see. I need something to put this on. Because it's this. Yeah, I'm heading off to here in a few minutes. Thanks for hanging out, Bone Splinters. Have a good night, man. Oh, almost. Yeah, I'm going to pull that mold here shortly and see how that worked. A little bit bigger. I should have made this thing like... If I'd have made this thing first, this would have been a lot easier to position those feet pegs and stuff. You may have met Bone Splinters once, Fluffy. He visited Buffalo kind of early when I lived there, and we came to the shop and played some Commander. He only played the one time though. Okay, that's actually really helpful. I can't remember if you were in that game or not. It was so long ago. Alright, I probably gotta carve this down a little bit. I mean, really, I guess I just raised the bottom level. Made a heck of a mess today. I think it is raining. That's weird. Weird. Alright, so that gives me clearance for this. So this needs to be formed around this so that there's enough space for it to turn without breaking the top part off. Alright, I'll probably work on that tomorrow. I gotta work on, oh, I gotta see how this is fitting this hand. Well, these are obviously too long. my clippers at. Okay. Is that centered though? Yeah, I guess it's probably fine. Yeah, I should have been using like some kind of guide from the beginning, probably. Lessons learned. Alright, that's way too big. So how centered would that be? If I did it like this. Is that better? I guess that also works. So I'm just thinking out loud. This isn't glued, is it? Shit. Okay, there we go. It was a little toy. Alright, we'll have to work on that. Okay. Let's see. Let's take this out of the tank. That I never filled. See what the damage is like. I mean, there's a shit ton of bubbles in this thing. Hopefully it's okay. Well, I guess we'll just pull apart the, look at that. I didn't seal it all the way up here. Where else did it leak out? Here. Well, that's after it split open. Alright. Ow. Yeah, once I get done here, Fluffy, I'm gonna go check the mail and see if your thing is here. And if so, I will text you a picture. I'm pretty excited. Pop this thing off the bottom. I basically want to check this thing, and then I'm probably going to sign off. Just to give you a heads up. I'm curious what the damage is on this thing. We can assess the damage together. See, it's like kind of thin here, but that's like the very top, so that shouldn't matter. I'm a little worried about the bubbles in it. Alright, well, let's just trim it open and see. Take a look. made such dumb mistakes on this thing. Live and learn, I guess. Hey, thanks, Xanoramus. I will be here every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, so if you need the Zen moment, I'll see you then. Thanks for hanging out, joining the stream. Thanks for the follow. Thanks for the donation. All very much appreciated. Alright, let's see. Let's check the damage. Take this thing off. Take that thing off. We sprayed it, right? It should come apart. Alright, so that's, yeah, the top's not sprayed. I knew that was going to happen. It's a little thin here. I might have to put some of that rebound on the outside, but it worked for the other one, so it should be fine for this, just in case it tears. But this stuff is pretty strong. If I can get it to just get it to separate, it should be okay. Oh, that's the side. All right. So there's actually way more on the bottom than I thought there would be, so that's pretty good.